Good evening. Welcome to tonight's episode of Once Upon a Roll Dungeons and Dragons Eating Campaign. Last we left off, the group, you guys, were preparing a number of countermeasures and traps for the inevitable encounter with this red dragon, Sidna the Ember Spark, a totally non-pretentious name for a totally non-pretentious dragon. And going down your various avenues, Duran speaking with the kobolds, brainstorming with them, Era going to her friends in the Phoenix Academy and looking at more arcane solutions to a potential to this problem. You came up with a few ideas, set a few plans in motion to construct certain trap-like implements, as well as establishing a network of basically watch stations around the southern provinces that would be on the lookout for sighting of this red dragon. As of now, which is, we're going on about a week after you guys returned from the capital city and really began these preparations and these plans, as of this point, no sightings of Sidna. What you do know, however, is that the dragons probably hold up somewhere, as with them is around tens of thousands of the Empire's gold that had been used to stave off and basically bribe the dragon in previous encounters, while they bode their time for a more permanent solution. Where exactly this dragon has come from, why it is here, what it is doing, what, if any, its affiliation are with the Dragonborn that had attacked Vasselholm in search of this book from the Emerald Collective, this tome of ancient knowledge, secret magic. You're not sure of. Perhaps something to find out. However, at this point in time, you all are in or around Ambervale and are still going through the processes of preparing for this encounter. Now, is there anything else anyone wants to add? It's been a couple weeks. Any questions, comments, concerns? Like to speak amongst yourselves, perhaps, so that we can all be on the same page as far as what your plan is. I suppose not I'm not involved in this. Plan is for dealing with this dragon itself. Do you have an idea in your head that we're working towards? Because it kind of seems like we're doing a lot of different things, bringing a lot of cool elements to the table, but I don't think for sure this is how we're doing it. Step A, B, C has been laid out yet. So if you guys want to do that in character, if you guys want to do that now, whatever, let's just get the session and get the ball rolling and get into this. But if there aren't any questions...
I was just gonna say that there was some amount of confusion on at least my part about what we were trying to do, because I don't know of a way we can teleport something against its will. Or is that wrong? I'm asking as a player to the DM.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that works in particular.
What was the whole teleporting plan? I don't think that you can teleport something against its will. Like, plane shift is a spell. Banishing is a thing. But as far as, like, the teleport spell itself, I don't think there's a clause in there for a non-willing target. Let me look that up. So I don't believe
And
That it's like,
usually
a
I
willing
think,
target or a saving throw. I don't think it gives that option.
and yeah, and usually I think when we have teleported, like when Ella has teleported someone as a squirrel or something, it's always been like, are you willing or do you trust me kind of question.
Yeah, the
Or
teleport spell. Yeah, the teleport spell. Um, it's not like banishment or plane shift where you can choose to fail, like with if you're willing, or um, you know, force something to make a saving throw and teleport it if it fails. It doesn't have that clause. It's not that kind of spell.
I suppose that's what I
So,
was
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, right now you guys have basically that strange bendy metal contraption that the what was it? The the
Oh,
kobold, I forgot what I called it.
damn. Yeah.
Did I write it down somewhere? I don't
isn't
think I
it in the
did.
chat? I think you could
It's in
just
the chat, yeah.
search it.
Silly kobold thing. Where is it at?
Just search Scopold something. I'm sure it should be one of the first ones. Bob.
Well, I mean, it was the Iron Bands of Alara or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's what that was. But the kobold's name for it was.
The Wadkif's Wing Haver Stopper.
Yes. The wing haver stopper. You have, um, era with the glyph of warding that could be used for many different possibilities based on the spells that you guys have at your disposal. And you also have the Empire, the Council of Lords and the people that are working with you, and if need be, to have, a cart of treasures and things to use as bait if you want to incorporate that into your plan as well.
What if?
That's just what we have so far, I believe.
What if instead of like teleporting it somewhere, what if we can hide it?
And you have the sticky stuff too, the goopy sticky stuff. Hide the dragon,
No, hide the device.
like inside of a treasure chest or something.
Like underground, probably. Like a pitfall trap, kind of, sort of.
That's a lot of move earth spells. Not impossible, I guess.
How specific is the illusion spell? That like illusion thing that we make like a whole area into something else. How specific can you be with that?
Fellas. That's. What spell is that, Elevor? Nimue?
It's Mirage Arcane.
Mirage Arcane, yeah. It's a big spell. Turn an area up to a mile square. Look, sound, smell, and even feel like some other sort of terrain. The general shape remains the same, however. Open fields or a road could be made to resemble a swamp, hill, crevice, or some other difficult or impassable terrain. A pond can be made to seem like a grassy meadow, a precipice like a gentle slope, or a rock-strewn gully like a wide and smooth road.
Would
Similarly, you can alter the appearance of structures or add them when none are present. The spell doesn't disguise, conceal, or add creatures. So it makes it real. It's an illusion, but for all intents and purposes, it's real. It includes audible, visual, tactile, and olfactory elements. So it can turn clear ground into difficult terrain or vice versa, or otherwise impede movement through the area.
But true sight is perhaps the thing to be concerned about. But they can still interact with it.
What the hell?
No, it's not real.
If you think the dragon has true sight, then yeah, that would be a thing to.
What doesn't the dragon have?
Wait, there's true sight in this game. What the hell? I am literally playing 11.
There is some sort of spell like that, I think, yeah. I'm not sure if it was called True Sight, but yeah.
Oh yeah, there are spells that let you do that, yeah. And some creatures do have, true sight. But the question is, does this one? You don't know.
Or even if we as players know, our characters don't know.
I don't know on a player level or a character level.
Me either. That's why I was like, I really don't know, but that is one little pitfall. I mean, gigantic pitfall, whatever,
It's a big old pitfall.
But I mean, Move Earth does quite a bit of excavation.
We just ask for more wizards to help with it. Or druids, wizards, whoever can do the spell.
So, Durand, you've gotten back from Vasselholm, your trip to the Heartforged clergy to have these plans that your kobolds have drawn up made into reality, paid a hefty price for it to be made of a quality, durable, flexible metal, mithril. And but right now all of you are in Ambervale, and though life of the average person goes on pretty much as normal as it can be here in Ambervale, with your kobold lumber force, the large Treant Artat that patrols the city. As far as normal goes for Ambervale, things are normal, and you all are in a sort of a tentative state of normalcy as well, just knowing what is looming on the horizon, knowing that things are okay now, but just kind of always ready for that message, that sending spell, that call that the dragon's been sighted, and kind of just always on alert for that. But what do you guys want to do? If you guys want to sit down, discuss, if you want to keep discussing out of character, that's fine too.
Can I go to the apothecary guy?
Sure. So, walking through Amberville, you head to the apothecary. You open the door, you enter, you can see it is in better state than it was before. More plants, herbs have been added. The walls are pretty much lined with leafy greeneries. You walk in, and the mix of the herbal aromas is pretty thick in here. It's almost like walking past like the perfume section in a mall or something like that. But probably not as chemically.
So my eyes are watering and my nose is stuffy.
I don't know, is Ella1 allergic to things? Is she a druid that's allergic to
You're just describing this very bad thing to me. Look, this sounds really awful. What am I doing here? I'm leaving.
Okay, so
No,
you turn
no,
around. Hello, Elevon. It's been quite a while. I heard you were back in town. What can I do for you?
This is a really random question, and I don't know that you'll have an answer for it, but
I'll do my
there
best.
any plants that are like not as great or can don't catch fire easily?
Um, Certainly there are some that have held up, have developed natural resistances to the fire. There's even, I heard, an exotic species of plant that requires fire for its offspring to grow into the next generation. Quite odd in that regard, but is there any particular reason? I'm not sure if I have any such around here. Could certainly test, but I don't believe so.
Well, I was wondering because like my armor was imbued with a special tree from a different place, and it kind of protects me from fire a little bit.
Oh, well, if you're asking for a tonic or salve that could either that used for healing burns, wounds from fire, or even mitigating potentially the effects of, that is another question entirely. That is completely doable. Yes.
Oh, could we do some? Could we do help? Yes, now.
Um.
I mean,
I,
I'm sorry. I'm a little excited. It's we're going to be maybe fighting a red dragon, and they're kind of like heavy on the fire and stuff. So I
oh
was like,
dear. Yes, I heard of that. Yeah, that no, that does make sense. Um. Uh,
so even if we were just mildly less flammable, that would be good.
Now, hmm, there are two routes that we could go. We could go with um, the tonic or the salve. The tonic itself is probably more effective, as it doesn't require, the salve can be perspirated off, might lose its effectiveness after a go or two, but um, more difficult to acquire, more difficult to properly concoct. The salve is easier, but as I said, probably only going to protect you from, well, especially if it's a dragon, hopefully one of its. I'm not a dragonologist, I don't pretend to know, but I can only imagine it's not going to hold up to too much, but it should mitigate at least, a fair bit. The tonic itself would probably last a bit longer, whether or not it's as effective as the salve in its mitigation properties, that is another question entirely. So those are the two routes that we can do. I'm not sure if I have anything in here specifically for those purposes. Usually you find that in the bigger cities, places where individuals deal with fire more often. I'd say a number of smiths and those types, places that have fire brigades and whatnot, usually carry a little bit of something of that regard, but not so much here in Ambervale. There's not much demand for it.
That's fair. I mean, we try not to be setting things on fire.
If you want, I can look into it. I can put in an order for what I believe we would need. I'd have to consult my notes for a bit, do some research on exactly what materials, what components would be necessary.
That would be really good. Yes, I would appreciate that a lot.
Alright. Sure, yes, I shall get right on that. Now, if you needed something to remedy burns and such, I'm sure the infirmary could have something like that, but if we're talking more preventative, I'll get to work on that bit.
Yeah, I think I'll visit the infirmary to, just round everything. Try to do the best I can about this. I don't know.
Alright.
It was a lot of fire. A lot of fire.
As she says that, backing out, and you. So, that's in the works. Might take a while, and I'm sure you'll be stopping back in to help concoct the potions or salves, whatever you decide. Any other sort of big picture plan things that you guys want to accomplish, get done, materials, goods, stuff that you want for either your plan, your trap, or just provisions that you think might help in facing down a dragon?
I don't know. I was just gonna throw myself at it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
Yeet.
it almost worked last time, to be fair.
How do you throw yourself at it?
Load himself into a catapult.
We can get crafty with it, like.
Let's just
Find
throw the
Grum, put him in a
trebuchet
big
and
slingshot.
Era can give me the fly spell, and I'll just launch myself at it.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. If I can hold concentration long enough, we'll see.
Cast fly and hide.
I will say, I'm not sure if this is something I guess I could explain out of character as far as like my utility spells go. I know I can also explain in game, but I did recently just get Slow and Sleet Storm, which are a bit more of a utility factor. But I would like to plan more about trapping it than DL, I guess.
So, I guess the question then is, what spell would work well with your glyph of warding? Because it doesn't have to be just like the 3rd level spell. You can upcast glyph of warding, and in conjunction with some other nifty things you guys have, such as the ring, you could even take a spell from, either Durand or Elevorn, one that's not in your, realm of magic, and put that in a glyph of warding as a trap.
I
so
think.
That if I don't know, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. You can continue first. Sorry.
I'm just trying to bring all of the ideas together because Dune had said something like a pitfall trap or something like that. Which I'm not sure how well a pitfall trap would work on a dragon, but circumstances and whatnot.
Well, maybe not exactly a pitfall trap, but an illusion trap of some sort.
I do have a big beast hand, but I know I have an ability for grasping, but with the size of the dragon, I wouldn't know how that would work too well because I think big beast hand says that I can grapple anything that's within large or some shit. Hold on, let me read.
If it's large, then no, this creature would be in the huge size category.
Okay,
I think I
so
said huge.
question, wait, maybe not the dragon. How about like one of its wings? If we're trying to incapacitate it and get it on the ground and not fly everywhere and, turn me into a bacon crisp.
One of its wings, and grappling means one of two things. It could be like you can hold on to something just fine, but not restrict its movement. But grappling, as in you're along for the ride.
Okay.
Or grappling, as in you are keeping it there and its speed is 0. So if Bigby's hand says that it can, effectively grapple something large, grasping hand, huge or smaller creature, okay? Yeah, huge or smaller, it can keep it. If it didn't say huge or small, like it could hold on to
Yeah.
the wing, but it would just be flying. It would go along for the ride,
Oh, my hand is just there for the ride. Got
But
it.
this says huge or smaller, so it could potentially grapple it. Yes.
Mm, um, I think previously we also discussed maybe like what was it where we had the glyph of warding to trigger something to happen where it would be another spell, and then I think we considered the idea of polymorph, but that's very like so that's
Yeah,
something we can
like
do to like descale its size, and then I also have resilient sphere, which can entrap something within and without, like well, yeah, something within the bubble, but nothing can go in and out of it. But that even then, I mean, I'm just like letting you guys know, I guess,
You
what
could
kind of
also
spells
put
I
a
have.
fireball in it. Just have it explode.
Oh, but like fireball doesn't do anything to it, so
But if you
make it
put
sneeze.
fireball in a chest that is filled with the goop, and then it explodes,
Oh, okay, it'll get gooped.
it will get gooped.
It'll burn the
Operation
goop.
Goop. Operation
I
Flubber.
suppose. Catapult the goop.
Mm.
What about it?
we.
Go
You
ahead.
go ahead. No. We dig out a hole, like a huge hole in the ground, fill it with the tar, and then illusion it normal, make it look like it's normal ground, and set a treasure on it or something somehow. And
With the wheels are turning here. You can see it.
I
You
mean,
need
So that it
all my
lands and it's
options-
like sticky and it's landing. That's like
Yeah.
depends on what you want to use the goop for. If you want to like try to make it sticky on landing, or if you want to try to sticky its wings.
I mean, if
What are you
it's
saying, Nemo?
it might make its wings sticky too if it's gonna trash around in the tar pit. I don't know, but all of my options, I don't really know how to trap it otherwise than we already have that one contraption that's in the making, I think. The whole yeah, and all of my options would be just somehow to trap it or like do that, throw myself at it somehow and like you go ahead now, Nemo.
a movable rod.
Yeah.
Ooh. Where do you put it?
I don't know. Somewhere.
Tail, wing, neck.
Inside the dragon.
Yes.
Yeah.
Make it eat it.
I was like, how do you get it inside the dragon? And I was like,
Yeah.
well,
Eat it. We dress it up as a steak or something like that.
Just
And we
put
blow
it
it up
into
from the
like a
inside.
big steak, like you're trying to feed a dog medicine or something.
It's a bone on a steak, so it's gonna eat it.
you throw it like a javelin, and then can the glyph of warding activate an item? Or like a mage hand stuck to
What do
it
you mean?
to push the button once we like it,
The glyph
like
of warding?
throw it like a javelin into its mouth, But then we need to activate it like once it's in because we can't throw it while it's active,
So you glyph of warding the rod to cast Bigby's hand upon entering the dragon and press the button.
It's a long process, but sounds pretty good.
Who's throwing it? Duran, are you practicing your javelin skills?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't before, but now I am.
What
Now I
what if we just get a big ballis that you shoot it with that?
Like a big old crossbow?
Yeah, big old crossbow.
Because that's not going to be conspicuous. That's going to be
Of course not.
inconspicuous. He won't suspect a thing with a giant crossbow.
And no, it's an illusion. We're just gonna illusion it to something else.
Well, that's why I was like, because unmovable rod thing is like just it looks harmless. You know, it doesn't look like anything.
Also, you know, speaking of all of this, we can just do you guys want to assume that's like some of this conversation was happening like in character?
I don't mind. Yeah, sure.
Just brainstorming around the table? Because, you know,
Yeah, I had planned to be like on the bracelet with Ron. Hey, remember that stick that lady had in Vassalom? We need one of those, and you need to throw it into the dragon's mouth. And yeah, and then I'll jump in as a squirrel and try to get in there and push the button and get back out.
Tie Eleborn the squirrel to the immovable rod.
Eleanor, I don't think it would be a good idea for you to go so close to its mouth as a small creature as a squirrel is. But otherwise, I don't mind the idea of just possibly getting it inside of it and then activating it somehow, I guess. But you, not you.
Well, I haven't figured that part out, you know. So if anybody has any ideas for that part, it's just what I have in mind, what I can do.
So you guys are all across Amberville doing your thing, going about your daily business, having this conversation on the bracelet occasionally. It's like the TV show where you're on one side of town having a conversation, and you're like 30 minutes away, but you're at the very next part of the conversation. Nobody said anything for the past 30 minutes, apparently. And so this conversation ends up taking, like, you know, as you guys are going about it, you're having this conversation throughout the day. And you reconvene for, you know, a late lunch, early dinner type thing with the four of you, and Isaiah is there as well, as is Kina.
I mean, what if you polymorph me into a squirrel? I will have a dimension door on the ring. I'll just unpolymorph myself when I'm inside, push the button, and store myself out.
That's, I mean, getting out is surely as important as getting in. Now, I suppose my question would be, if we're trying to lure this thing into a trap, certainly it would not let its guard down. Were we sitting right around the corner? I assume that any place where we could lure it down would have to be some open field. We don't want to risk anything going wrong near any people, cities or towns, right?
Yeah, no cities or towns nearby now.
And if that's the case, then how exactly do you guys plan on being close enough to throw a javelin, you called it? Rod? Whatever it was, without previously being seen by this creature?
Isn't there like magic for that?
There's magic for a great many things. As far as there are a few. Invisibility itself is probably out of the question, as you would need a spell for each of you, and I don't think there's enough resources to go around for that. Not enough individuals capable of focusing on that spell.
So,
But in line with the illusion route, which you seem to be going, you remember what I did with Kina, yes?
Yeah, that when she looked like small you, Ella.
I could do that. That magic itself does not have a limit on the amount of individuals it can affect.
So, could we look like different creatures?
Yes.
So we could just be like a herd of cows?
If that is, if you feel like that is best, I don't see why not. Do dragons like cows? I would assume so. Why not? An offering of food and gold.
Mm.
Just an idea.
okay,
Otherwise,
so-
I'm sure there are other options.
So, if we do somehow get the immovable rod into, well, wait, would we then not be able to do anything because we'd be cows, or are we not really cows?
We're gonna be cows, huh?
Is it like
It's
polymorph?
just. I could. That's a good question. Let me see. It just changes the appearance. It's an illusion. You wouldn't be actually cows.
So we need to be making sure that we're crawling around.
You would need to be, yes, on all fours, correct.
Sorry.
I don't have the mini cutouts of cow people with bipedal Caldron with his sword and shield.
So then one of the cows stands up.
All of a sudden, like this
No, no.
dragon fight is just the dragon versus 4 cow warriors of light.
Do we now need to commission someone to draw that?
Commission the cow fighters.
Hell
Yes.
yeah.
Maybe it's not the best idea, actually.
Come on, this is great.
I honestly, isn't even. I don't know. I haven't, of course, read too much or anything, but is there even how much information about dragons in any book? Maybe I mean, could you poison the dragon? I mean, how much poison would you even need to poison a dragon or try to?
Well, they are biological creatures, still. I assume as much. The quantity is probably a lot.
Or
Whether
a lot
they react
and
the
very
same.
potent anyways. Ugh.
Yeah, very potent. Whether or not they would be as effective as they were on humanoids, I'm not sure. Kind of out of my realm of study. So we're just layering more stuff on top of this plan. I feel like it's getting more
Never too late to fish for ideas.
I have a question. It's important, okay?
Okay.
Now, Thron, I know that you're a dragonborn, and like the dragons are kind of from your land, but didn't Era mention? Do you know anyone who might know something more about dragons?
that I would know someone that knows more about dragons.
I mean, you speak Draconic, don't you? I mean, I think you guys were talking to each other. Either that or you just got the secret code.
No, you are correct. I do speak familiar with Draconic. I mean, my sister, but we used to write letters to each other, and it's one of the things that I learned so that I could be better at her than it. I don't know, something like that. But I do have a fascination of dragons, though. I never thought that I would be the one to fight one necessarily in this lifetime. At least it wasn't other than in my head or in a book or something like that. But I don't think she would really be useful. I'll be happy to ask her, but there's really no need for me to contact her anyway. It's not. I mean, not about this. It's not like I'm gonna not talk to her for a very long time and all of a sudden just be like, hey, how about them dragons?
I mean, if there's a possibility that she knows something, though, because we don't really know anything about dragons too much. So it could really be helpful if maybe she did know something. Like, because Naradion was just asking about the book, but I mean, people are good too, right?
Yeah, people would be good too. It's just a book just popped into my mind first.
Well, I have really not much to offer at this time, more than I already did. That already feels little. So if you guys want me to send her a message, I'll be happy to send her a message.
Are you okay?
Yes. Regardless. All right, so I guess while you guys does it have to be now?
What
Does it
What
have-
time is it at this point?
It's probably around. It's early evening at this point, late afternoon to early evening.
I mean, I would say the sooner the better, but I mean, if you think it's not the best, then maybe tomorrow. I'm not even gonna force you to do it, of course, still.
I have
don't
an
know
out of
what
character
time it-
question.
Yes.
We are located where again? Because I know we're tavern. Are we eating?
You're
Discussing
in the
amongst
house
food.
right now.
Oh, in the house. Okay. 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 Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand up and like slam my hands on the table and just be okay. I'll be right back. And I'm just gonna step away.
Should you go with her? I asked Naradion.
Me? What?
I don't know. If you think she's okay.
I'm gonna stand up and slam my hands on the table like Era did. Okay. And maybe not so forcefully, but still, like, and go after Era, I guess.
I was
Where you
totally
going, Era?
confused.
I'm going to step outside, take a breath of fresh air, and start reciting exactly what I want to ask.
Take a few steps out. It's still, kind of warm evening air. Not much activity going on in the streets. Occasional person passing by, not paying you much mind as you kind of pace back and forth in the front yard area of the house. Barely even register, take notice that Netadion has since followed you outside as you're reciting what you might say to yourself, to your sister, to yourself.
Sorry, Era. Hi. Try to like. I'm just trying to like somehow catch her attention.
Okay, well, how would you do it? If you haven't really spoken or interacted someone for a very long time without actual explanation as to why, how do you begin a conversation about dragon? That's where the real dilemma is coming in. Should I just be forward and ask her? I mean, what exactly do I ask her? Do I have to explain myself? Will she yell at me? Will she get angry? Be angry? I have no clue. Um, hmm.
I mean, you know, it's not really this type of situation, of course, though. But
You're
have
right.
been. I'm trying to say that I don't. Maybe it's just best for her to, since that spell has a limit, doesn't it? How much you can say, unless you cast it again and again and again and again. But I mean, shouldn't you just be being rather direct that, hey, we need your help with the dragon thing. Do you maybe know something? And if possibly, then you could maybe send another message at some point or today. I don't know how those spells really work and how many you can cast or anything, but just apologize that you have to contact like without being more polite about it,
Apologize.
or well, however, I don't know. Okay, I guess you don't have to really apologize, but still just be like, I don't honestly know. This is kind of weird for me too, because I've been kind of thinking about maybe contacting somebody that I haven't really seen or talked in years, but at the same time, I'm also in the same situation that I wouldn't even know how to start it. But,
Okay. I think you're right. Straight to the point is the best way to handle it. Not really sure
at
how
this
to
moment,
react.
yeah, the
You're
situation
right.
we are in, it's just the best thing, I think.
Okay. Era will take a deep breath and just focus on the objective at this point. She will cast a sending spell. To her sister. I know you must not expect to hear from me, but at this time, I need your assistance. Regarding dragons, if you are still knowledgeable. Era.
That's what you say?
Yeah.
A bit of time passes. And as it does, your mind, your thoughts race. And you kind of lose track of, like, how much time has passed exactly. Could be seconds, minutes, who knows. Wondering, is she even going to respond? Then it's like, oh, where is she anyway? Is she still in Draconia? Then what's like the time difference? And is she asleep, or is it earlier where she is? And you kind of do some like sort of geographical recollection and try to figure out exactly what the time of day must be where your sister might be, and then you're like, oh, Dracania is kind of a large continent in and of itself. That's rough to figure out. And then, for the first time in many years, even if it is just in your head, you hear your sister's voice. A couple years matured. A few years matured from the last you've heard it. So it doesn't exactly fit with how you remember her sounding, but unmistakably it is her. I haven't heard from you in months, and the first thing you do is feel as if you are free to invite yourself into my head and ask arbitrary questions of dragons. How about you open a book, Era? Don't contact me again until you've written me a letter and we've caught up properly.
Okay.
Well,
Does she was that like Era's actual reaction? Just grown, throwing hands in the air, probably. Because obviously, none of the aunt does not hear the response, but she sees the reaction.
Guessing by your reaction, that wasn't too good. At least, what did
I'm
she
gonna
say?
send another message right away. You should feel honored that I decided to reach out to you for your knowledge. After all, if you haven't noticed, I do stick my head in books all day. And, in fact, I'm quite knowledgeable. But with dragons, that seemed to have been more your expertise. If I run out, I'm going to send another one.
Okay, just back to back, double posting.
She's doing what I said. I didn't.
I understand that
just-
you're frustrated, and I'll be happy to go over any issues that you may have brought up with me, but I really need your assistance on this. Otherwise, I would not send as many messages as I am, and I'm very, very in need of your assistance, Era.
As if there was a question on it would be. Make a persuasion check.
$11.
Slightly above average. But is that good enough to convince your sister? You do get a response. Well, it's clear that you are quite desperate. And you are clearly lacking in the knowledge and understanding that I have on these issues that you're having. So, as that seems to be the case, and then I guess she does the sending equivalent of hanging up on you. And there's nothing else.
I'm shaking, Nerdia.
Oh, what happened? What did she
She's
say?
so dramatic. After all this time, she's still dramatic. I can't. I can need this. I need to think.
Well, Do you want to go back inside? Okay.
While this is all going on, Duran, Delavon, what are you guys doing?
Flying.
After a while, there was a little bit of commotion outside. After a while, you heard Era talking, and Kina has since left the table and sort of ran to the window that looks out over the front yard.
I'm doing the same.
Isaiah followed as well. Yeah. So
Everybody's just
after this and like Era's outburst and just shrinking Netadion, you guys look back and there's like windows with the curtains drawn and there's Kina, Isaiah, Elavon, Duran just looking out. When they see that you see them, the curtains swing closed.
Oh. I'm just patiently waiting for everyone.
Era, are you going back inside or are you taking a walk or something? You gotta go pop off
I was
some
legit just
fireballs?
standing there. Okay, no, it's fine.
You're just standing there, trembling with rage.
Menacingly.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
Okay, I'm going to send another message.
Okay. To your sister again?
Yes.
Okay.
If you do not assist me with this matter, I will ensure every waking moment when you're just about to fall asleep, I will pester you until you provide me with an answer. However, I am desperate. It is a life and death situation, and I will personally apologize to you in person if I do not die to this dragon. Send message.
Okay. You have had your chance. Relations right now are pretty tense. I will allow you another persuasion check, but the DC just got higher.
We love that. Natural 20. Hold on. Mira! Sorry, I got excited.
Well, 20 plus what?
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, I think it's 23. Hold up.
Let it be
You
excited.
might need it. You might need it.
I know, you're right. Stop. I'm scared. Yeah, 23. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna throw up.
What response you get? Only so I don't have to answer to mother and father as to why the little precious heir ended up slain by a dragon. Whatever. Well, just ask. And then she signs it off with a sort of under the breath muttered curse in Draconic. So what's your question? At this point, you're like, oh yeah, I had a question about Dren. What was I even going to ask her? Shit.
Hmm?
And also, how many spells have you got? You've gone through like 4.
Okay, I actually
Say 4.
counted. Okay, hold on. I have.
You've gone through 4 sending spells, so third
Yes.
level or higher.
The third level is gone. I have 2 more. It's okay. I can still go.
Okay. All right.
However, I would like to consult with everyone once I've had a moment to kind of recollect myself because
Sure. And for the sake of brevity and that we're not trying to count words and everything like that, you have how many more sending spells? Plenty, probably, right? You
plenty,
have-
but I would like to limit it to maybe
Okay,
one.
I'll say
Yes.
You have the item too.
Oh yeah, she has plenty of spells. She has a level spell, so she's got plenty of slots left. But I'll say, let's just say for this situation, 3 questions. Worth. And that will include if you need clarification. So, after finally getting the begrudging assistance of your sister, you go back and you reconvene with the others who, as you head back to the house, you can hear as the door is opening the sort of scramble back to the table as chairs are being pulled out again and everyone resumes their nothing happened, we've been here since the beginning positions. And you enter and discuss what it is that you wish to know about dragons in general, about whatever. She's been in Draconia for many years at this point. So, you've got questions.
All right, so there are only a couple of questions I can ask, and I want to ensure that I'm asking the right ones. So what is going to be our focus before I talk to her? Are we looking to figure out better ways to capture a dragon? Its weaknesses, I can only imagine, differ per, every dragon. So that's kind of irrelevant unless we have good information. I can maybe toss the name and see if she's familiar with it at best. But, anybody else?
How about if the dragon can see through illusions just naturally?
True
That would
sight.
foil everything.
Okay. So whether the dragons have true sight? Yes.
I know that I Nerdion brought up a book, and I was like, you could ask your sister or something, maybe, or we got that to that point. But I mean, is there a book that exists, like somewhere here that we could get?
Or if it's not somewhere here, if we could get it somewhere farther fast to us.
I'm sure there's got to be some literature on dragons and dragonkind in the collective. There has to be.
I
was-
would...
So,
Go ahead, sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
I was just going to say that maybe she has like a preferred, this is more reliable or good information, like an idea, like point us in a direction.
Not sure how many works of draconic literature have made its way this far, but even if they have, that would, I'd say, the collective, or maybe some of the academies, libraries might have that in store. It's an interesting conundrum here, wondering what to ask. Now, should we ask questions about dragons in general? Information that we could possibly find out here, or in Vasselholm rather, or pertaining to this one specifically?
Yeah,
Maybe something about those dragonborn from Vasselholm. or what's going on in Draconia right now. But that might be getting ahead of ourselves. None of that really pertains to the issue at hand.
Definitely questions that are more specific to a red dragon, as I think they are a bit different from each other, maybe.
What was the dragon's name again?
Cydna. Scydna.
The Ember Spark.
Mm-hmm. Does Durand have any curiosities or questions? For someone that's been in Draconia for a while.
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
I could potentially ask if there's any records or any information she knows on previously slain dragons? Question mark.
If you're looking for, a specific book or something that, like a recommendation, might not be. It's not like there's the internet or like, oh, this globally renowned publisher. You're probably not gonna find Draconian literature as like especially not a specific book. That's a far shot. It's a long shot. But your questions are up to you. It's you've.
I have a question about your sister, if it's okay if I ask. I mean, I know it's not. I didn't see anything.
It's what is it? It's fine.
Did she start learning about dragons before she went to Draconia, or was it an after being in Draconia thing? Because you've been sisters your whole life, so I thought maybe you might know that.
I will say she and I shared a fascination with Draconia, dragons as well. But I would say it's one of the reasons why she took an apprenticeship over there. I'm not exactly sure. I can't say I'm close to. Well, I guess we kind of are in a sense of competitiveness, but she definitely knows a lot more now. She's lived there and lived there unbothered, doing her thing,
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just was was there somebody who taught you or her? I don't know if there are people who would be here who fought dragons at some point. Not that we need, not to hire people, but, maybe some pointers.
Okay, so we could ask her potentially if she is familiar.
But really, the best question is probably the one about being able to see through stuff. Magics. I think that was a good one. I kind of nodded wrong. And also, I don't know how it did the thing with that polymorph either, so that is just. I mean, they're just magical, I guess, right?
All right. Well, okay, so we'll ask her about the true sight. I still think it might be good to ask in regards what the state of Draconia is at this time, and if she's familiar with a dragon named what was it, Sidna?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. That is a good question, too. I was kind of preoccupied with that. Yes.
And maybe
Does anyone else have an idea for a third and final question, perhaps? Nerdadion.
Well, like Isaiah pointed out, maybe we could visit Vasselholm to see if the Emerald Collective has anything in terms of books. Because who knows if they would have the same thing here, you know.
It definitely would hurt to go and check Hasselholm.
You could use, I mean, if we were like, you said like 3 questions. If you had, I mean, you could ask how things are, like Isaiah said, or you could, just ask how she is. I mean, that doesn't help. Maybe it helps us because then you'll be more motivated to beat the dragon or capture it or whatever we're doing and win. I love Words nodding and smiling nervously.
I think visiting Vasselholm is a good suggestion. Okay, so then how about we ask regarding if she's if she's familiar with if dragons have true sight. I'll ask about the state of affairs in Draconia, at least where she is, and if she's familiar with the dragon. And I really don't want to ask her how she is. She kind of just yelled at me, but it's fine.
So, the state of Draconia in general?
Well, if you don't want to ask her about herself right now, you could ask her, just make it a separate question about, the
Take
the
it one at a
actual
time. Maybe one of the answers will spawn a new question.
Okay. I'll phrase the message in a way where I'm giving information at the same time, so I don't have to form a question around it.
Sure.
So, for example, I can briefly say, at this time, we're hunting for a dragon named Sidna who is attacking many local farms in the area. We're trying to figure out if we want to capture or kill it. Would you have any information that could help us in some way? So I guess I'll make it general like that. Would you have any useful information regarding if a dragon has true sight?
Okay. I said before, you really could have just opened a book and found this out, instead of bothering me about it. As far as I'm aware, only the eldest of dragons have the ability to see in not necessarily true sight, as in seeing invisible things. However, they do have the ability to sense creatures without needing sight, so in some ways that is similar. Such as if you are invisible within close proximity to a particularly older dragon, they would be able to sense you there without the need of their ocular senses. But as far as seeing through invisibility or illusions, no. Though they can in any normal way, just as you or I could, and they are typically smarter than your average person.
She told me to pick up a book, but aside from that, dragons are intelligent enough where they don't need, if it's an elder dragon that we're talking about, or one of the eldest dragons, then they are less inclined to need an item to scent us. Is that what it was?
So, essentially, what she's saying, the ancient dragons, the older dragons, they have blind sight, not true sight. True
Okay.
sight is like the ability to just see through an illusion. Like you're sitting there, either illusioned up or invisible, and that just has no effect on them.
Okay.
Blind sight is you're within a certain range of a dragon, but they basically within a certain area they don't need their eyes to basically sense what's around them and see it in that way. What that range is, however, wasn't given. So you got the impression that, if dragons flying up and you have a hallucinatory terrain type thing going on down there, it won't be able to see through that just at a glance. But as with all illusion spells, that there is the caveat that if they do that investigation check, they could see through it, right? And she said that dragons do tend to be smarter than the average person, so just that might be easier for a dragon to do, but they would still have to investigate the illusion. Is that clear?
Yeah, I believe so.
And again, that's generally speaking with the older, more powerful dragons, which you may or may not be dealing with, who knows?
Right. So then my thought, it's just that if we can find this in a book, I'm more hesitant to continue asking her questions until we figured everything we possibly could around us.
Okay. You're
But then
probably not going to find in a book in the library current events of Draconia, so that might be a safe bet if that's something
right.
you know.
Then how would we be able to distinguish what an elder dragon from a younger dragon is? I'm not asking her. I'm asking the table that, just to kind of like say it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a question I have, but I'm not gonna ask it yet.
Well, did you just ask that out loud? Or...
Yeah, so I asked the table that out loud, I guess while explaining what Freya had told me. Oh, that's my sister's name, by the way. Her name is Freya.
Just so you know. Yeah.
Just so you know.
Freya, Era.
We saw that dragon in the desert, and it looked like it had seen some things. Maybe more things?
Comparing metallic to chromatic is, one thing, but even Durand, you've seen a dragon before, obviously.
Right.
Everybody else, you saw, what was it? Rick Vasil in the desert, the copper dragon, who you saw his age as a copper dragon in the sort of greening
fake
like
dragon.
oxidization of his scales. What's up?
A fake dragon?
He was a
No,
red
the
dragon.
Oh, that's real.
Rick
That's
Vasil
one.
in the desert, the copper dragon.
Yeah,
that's
yeah, but the other, the green one.
yeah, the fake green dragon, which seemed a lot smaller and younger than Sidna. And I'd say Sidna definitely seemed, I would say, younger than Rick Vasil, a little bit smaller. But you're not sure how much of that is based on, red dragon versus copper dragon, male, female, whatnot. And, metallic, chromatic, who knows what the biological differences between those are. But as far as you, Durand, who have up close and personal seen a fairly old dragon in Yildirim, the discoloration, the wear, the sort of wizened cracks in the face along the wings. Sidna does not seem that old. Certainly not a wormling or even a young dragon, but probably not in the oldest of dragons category. Continuing.
Are you muted, too? Or did you just not have anything to...
No, I heard him.
Okay.
Because that was the question that Era had posed to the table. How to tell the
Who-
difference.
Oh no,
Between- What's up?
Well, the one we saw in the desert seemed bigger and like worn more, so I don't know. I mean, different types of dragons, though, I suppose, so I'm not really sure.
I suppose so too, that there's different types, and didn't really pay attention to sizes or anything. I mean, I noticed the color, of course, and at least it didn't seem as aggressive as the red one.
You have a second question, Era?
Yeah, I'll ask about Sidna and in regards to the dragon Sidna, are you familiar or have you heard anything within your area? Anything that at all may stand out, even a minor thought.
Sidna. It's I suppose it would be a common misconception to think that just because one is in Draconia that I am intermingling with dragon kind. However, their society and those of the dragonborn and other races that live here are as different as your society is from the Society of Stray Cats that make their lives in the alleyways. However, that name is familiar. There's been some trouble, some skirmishing between the dragonkind. Hasn't made its effects felt on the Dragonborn or their cities here, but think that Sidna was part of one of their broods. Yes, the one of the red dragons. Yes.
I'll just reactively respond. A red dragon, that's correct. But I'll say it out loud.
Mm-hmm.
My sister, she mentioned that there are skirmishes amongst the Dragonborn. Sidna does sound familiar.
Not Dragonborn.
Not Dragonborn, sorry.
The dragons.
Dragons,
Dragonkind
right.
is different than Dragonborn.
Got it.
Durand is Dragonborn, Sidna is Dragonkind.
Dragonkind.
Like, a dragon, basically. Sorry, continue.
I think that was it. It was just referring back to the skirmishes with Dragonkind, and that Sidnet was amongst one of the brutes that were involved with the skirmish.
Ah. So.
But these are only things that she heard. Draconia is still massive, and even with that, it's not something she'll directly know. I could ask one more question, but I'll also tell her or see if she's willing to be vigilant on anything further. But aside from that, is there anything else that you guys want me to ask her? It's definitely interesting that even Sidna has reached her ears. But I don't have much off to go, aside from what she told me.
Well, definitely asking her to keep her ears open and stuff like that wouldn't hurt. But, and as for questions, I'm not completely sure. I'm just I mean, I'm still trying to. This is just we're gonna face off a track in one way or another. So this is unbelievable. Like, and I'm just trying to think how we could do anything to it, and all my head is just in that space. And
Okay. So you've asked about a dragon's ability to see through illusions. You've asked about sort of current affairs in Draconia, as well as about Sidna specifically. And so now, one more question. What kind of information are you trying to get? Given that I assume your goal is still to somehow set a trap for this creature. Does anyone have any questions that they find relevant or interesting, maybe? You don't have to take a third final question if you don't want to. That's also an option.
So, did she say she didn't know the cause of whatever is going on with the dragons, or was that not?
Only that there were skirmishes. But I can ask that if you want to.
Would it be good? I mean, did you tell her about what happened?
A very, very short, simple summary that we're trying to entrap and or kill a dragon, at least, and that we were attacked.
Maybe, uh, I, I don't really know, but maybe she could put something together if she knew more details. Like, that it was that, the Dragonborn were working with Drow.
I could potentially ask her to keep her eyes and ears open. I can maybe have her put together, maybe find out more information. If she has more access to things on dragons, then it might be best to ask her in the meantime while we look for stuff here as well. And I can make it specific to capturing a dragon. It kind of sounds ridiculous, but at the same time, it doesn't, because that's what we're doing or trying to do, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Now, whether she'll do them or not is another question entirely on its own. But if I butter her up, maybe. Any objections? And just look around the table.
I mean,
I'm just
as long as you're fine with it.
All right.
Final question /
Yeah.
request.
If you would be so kind as to keep me updated if you hear anything new regarding these skirmishes going around. Any any advice as to entrap a dragon, or if you can keep a lookout. I'm sorry, if you could maybe find more information. We seem a bit limited here, but we'll be looking. It's imperative. Unless you want me to tell mom and dad that I died.
You do realize that I am quite busy with my own things going on here. I can't just drop everything to be your little research assistant. However, since I know now that we're dealing with a red dragon, they are known to be quite fiery-tempered, very angry, vengeful, even. If you can somehow use that to your advantage, there's a way. They are also possibly the most covetous of all the dragon kind when it comes to their hoards and treasure. So much so that they could, at a glance, possibly even identify the costs of valuable treasures to within a few copper pieces. So if you're trying to entrap one don't put out anything fake. Other than that, Era, I am quite busy. So, unless it is dire importance, really think about reaching out again, won't you, dear? Then a pretentiously enunciated draconian farewell.
I'm just gonna put my head on the table, man. Leave me alone. Just bang my head, just like. Ugh.
So you guys, are you gonna like forward that information that you got? Kind of muffled through your hands in the table as you don't even lift your head to speak on what you just heard?
Yes.
Okay. That is the third and final question, probably taking up more spells than should have, but tis what it is. It's fine. With your head down, sooner, oddly enough, especially from what you had just heard, you hear a voice in your head, Era, a message being sent to you. This is Southwestern Outpost 6. We have a sighting. It's here. It's here. It's coming. And that's where we'll take a break. See you guys in 10-15 minutes.
Okay.
So, I believe Era was the one who received the message. Era and Era alone, still head down, buried in your arms after the emotionally and mentally taxing task of talking to your sister. You get an out of breath, urgent message from one of the outposts that had been sent out and established to spot the and attempt to track Sidna, the Red Dragon. They identify themselves as Southwestern Outpost 6, and they seem to be in a little bit of a hysteria at the moment. Panic, very readily obvious on their voice.
Once I received the news, I immediately, I just blurted out and let everybody know at the table. Changing focus.
How do we?
Now,
Should we go?
where is
how do
that?
we-
Do we know where that is?
Do you?
I don't know. Do I?
I don't think that you guys were directly involved with, establishing. You put out the idea, hey, go do this, but
Okay, well, Era, ask them where is that located. They must have reached out to you with that spell, no? So you can respond.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere it doesn't let them know we're coming.
Okay. I would respond. Yeah, I would respond immediately that we'll need to know the exact location. And that we'll be there shortly.
the next
As soon as we
message
can.
you receive is it sounds like mid-run, perhaps. Well, perhaps near some a little ways away from some farmsteads, perhaps half a day northwest of Vasselholm.
Northwest of Vasselholm?
How long?
I believe he said half a day's worth.
Quick then.
Well, should we should just go, right?
Yeah, look, can you get us over to Vasselholm?
Half a day? That's a long time.
I think Vasselholm's the closest thing we've got.
Well, there was where we fought the land sharks. Where
Well-
you wanted to stay? I mean, that was kind of far, right?
Okay. Yes, that could work.
Is that in the right direction? Because I really don't know.
We're just
Yeah,
gonna
that
be
was-
somewhere.
It would
And-
be in that direction. That would probably be a closer bet than Vasselholm.
Oof.
Okay, so that will go that area.
What
if,
are we
if it's closer,
doing,
then
though? I guess, no. Isaiah's just kind of racking his brain right now.
what are you? Or do you have something else then?
What are we going to do when we get there? Do you plan on fighting this thing? Yeah, no, I thought we had a plan to trap the creature. What if... I mean, if we show up there and it knows that that we're after it, couldn't that maybe ruin any future plans of trapping it? I'm just saying, I mean, if the plan is to confront this thing directly, then I'm with you either way. I'm just saying, perhaps running head first into it. We just have to know what it is we are doing when it comes to this creature. Are we fighting it head on, or are we going to try to lay a trap for it?
And not to weigh things further, I don't have a lot of my spell slots. So fighting it wouldn't be the smartest thing to do, but we can't leave them.
I don't care about the dragon, I care about the people.
Yeah,
That's what I was
at least
thinking.
we need to help some people over there. Just and at the
Okay.
same time, if we can maybe observe the dragon. But at the moment, maybe definitely not attack it.
Can you make us look different? Just so that it doesn't know it's us.
Yes. Real quick, he casts the seeming spell, and you all appear as sort of nondescript townsfolk, maybe ones that, Isaiah's interacted with, just pulled off the top of his head from people he's seen around Ambervale, people that you guys have even seen around Ambervale, though don't know too intimately.
I'm just looking at myself and kind of look at him, just like in a way that this is what you chose, but and at the same time, like smiling, just like trying to.
Do you have any? I would have been over. Let's go. Let's go. And so you guys rush out of the house to the nearest available tree for your spell. All the while over there, Elavorn, you are thinking, okay, what's the tree? Trees around that area. And you remember going from, the time that you had spent trying to teach the kobold Juindrad how to fell a tree or whatever. You remember a particularly large one. And you're like, that should work. So racing out into Ambervale towards this tree, you cast your transport via plant spell. The portal in the bark opens up, and the five of you walk through. To the sort of you walk through into an area, that looks like a farm that had fallen into disarray and has since been abandoned. Era, you've not been here before, but the rest of you recognize this as the place where you had fought the bullets, the land sharks. The area here seems like the winter had been harsh to it, and it seems a little bit more in disrepair. The crumbling stone walls, the houses and other wooden buildings that have large gaping holes and falling apart, doesn't look too different than the last time you had been here. It's recognizable to you, but looking around, immediate vicinity, there's no sign of anything. It's eerily quiet. It is dark at this point of time. Only some scattered moonlight and the stars lighting up the area around you. The sound of the nocturnal insects and critters scurrying about, but other than that, silent, dark. Thinking back on the route that you had traveled to get here before, as long ago as that seems like almost a lifetime. And somebody to make a survival check to sort of triangulate your position, where you are now, where you were at Vasselholm, how long it had taken you to get here, and where those that sent the message said they are, to try to just at least determine a direction. So who's it going to be? Is anyone proficient in survival? Let me ask that first.
Not me.
Hello.
You're not Durand?
No.
Alright. I love one then, please. Make a survival check. As you're attempting to get your bearings.
I just got my dice out. That's a natural 20.
Not sure what it is, but you're pretty much running on instinct now, and your brain, the gears in your head are turning faster, and you pretty much instantly say, it's that way. Not sure exactly how far that way, but it's that way. We go there fast, we should be able to see something eventually. But you think maybe within, it depends on what mode of travel you decide to take.
Do we wind walk or fly?
Probably windwalk.
Whichever is faster, I suppose, and anything is fine for me.
Okay, well, I won't be able to take us back through a tree, but we can get there faster with wind walk, probably.
We'll
many people can
just
you
think
windwalk?
about it later then. How to get back.
Ten willing creatures.
Okay.
You and up to 10 willing creatures. So,
Okay, so it lasts for 8 hours. And it takes a minute to change between the mist-like cloud state and your normal form. So you cast Windwalk, and you, Era, Netadion, Durand, Isaiah, all begin to turn to cloud and mist, float up into the air and dart off. Elavon leading the way. Zipping through the air at incredible speeds. The landscape zipping by underneath you as you cut through the air in this mist form. Let's see. What's the speed? 300 feet? Right?
yeah, that's right.
Okay. Say. Takes you all, let's see, 300 feet. 300 miles an hour. No. That's not it. That's 30 miles an hour. Okay. Say it takes you guys about an hour before you start to think something's not right. Was this the right direction? I love when you're leading the way, but I will have anybody who is proficient with perception, you can make a perception check.
I got you.
So anybody, up to 2. Or you can give Durand advantage if you want.
I'm not proficient or anything, but I guess I can give advantage to Durand.
That is 25.
Okay. as you guys are zipping up and the horizon's ever changing, you guys are moving at a pretty intense speed, but eventually you do see an orange glow on the horizon in the distance, and as you go and you get closer, you can see a fire. Probably would have been able to see the smoke from further away had it not been so dark out. But from this distance, you can see what looks like an inferno that spans perhaps at least 10-20 acres. Continuing as the landscape comes into view, you can see the small, sort of quickly assembled guard shack type living quarters that those that came out here to observe and watch for the dragon had set up. The sort of tent campsite area, many of them set ablaze, and from the vantage point that you guys have from up in the air, you can see that all of it is in the process of being scorched, burning. You hear screams and the sound of violent coughing from below, although the light from the blaze from the light from the blaze, in conjunction with the thick black smoke that is raising from it, makes it difficult to see exactly where this is coming from. Looking around, Daran, you have no visual sightings at the moment of a dragon. Just this large fire that is continuing to grow and spread and catch. What are you guys doing?
Well, we should try to put out that fire for sure.
Yeah.
Why don't? 'Cause I can't do anything to fire. Why don't we split? Some of us maybe go around looking to see what we can find, and then some of us trying to put out this fire.
Either which way, it will take you guys a minute to revert to your normal forms. Where you decide to do that is up to you.
Why don't Era, you scout around and rest of us can go down and start trying to put out fires and help people.
Um, I'll nod in agreement.
Okay. Wispy mist cloud nod.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Alright, so scout around. Which direction are you heading?
West.
West?
Sorry.
So,
Is there like a particular direction that looks more, I don't know,
Wasty.
beastie?
as far as the fire goes, you mean?
Yeah, so like there's
As far as
Well,
the
I mean,
fire
like-
goes, it looks like it has spread. The epicenter of it, where it seems to be the most blaze where you can see the most like damage done, like the charred, scorched earth is at the campsite itself. Beyond that, fire does as fire does, and it just spread. So it kind of just spread out. So you guys traveled from, I would say, further northwest of this position where you are now. So you were traveling southeast to get here.
Okay. I guess I would go just north. To clarify, we still don't know if the dragon's still here or not, right? We just shit's on fire.
Yeah, sure, it's on fire.
That's crazy. Okay.
So, the mist cloud that is arrow zips off in the northward direction as the rest of you land and begin the process of reverting back to your normal, though more peasant-like forms. After the minute concludes, you guys can feel the heat of the blaze, the inferno, as it continues to crawl and grow ever outward, catching on the dry summer brush of this sort of untended but very flammable land. Isaiah kind of shields his face, looks around. Are there any homes, people that live anywhere near here? Or is this all empty space?
Uh, I suppose at that I'll try to look around, but doubt I will see much. And all stuff.
What are you guys doing?
I can help Nary look around.
Okay. And so as you guys run off looking around, just trying to see
Houses, people, anything pretty much.
no, it seems like they chose a place that was pretty far away from other people, at least a few miles away from, they set this up here. Pretty much seems like that was a thought in their head. If we are gonna see a dragon, we probably don't want to be too close to where other people are.
Smart.
So no, not for a while, as far as you can see, which for some of you isn't that much. For either of you actually isn't that much. Even with dark vision, you can't see out too far. But no, the only thing that you hear over the roar of the inferno is the sort of muffled, muted, far off screams and cries from those still trapped within.
Well, gonna go, at least I'm gonna go towards the sounds and see if I can, spot anybody to help.
Into the fire?
Oh,
I
guess not.
I have an idea.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can make that fire sphere thing. I can make one of water, and I haven't done this really, but I can move, so but we'll have to hold our breath, and I should probably only send one person to get the other people out because it can only hold a few people at a time.
I suppose that's a yeah, that sounds good. I guess
You have to do something about the fire, so you can get to the people. That's absolutely important. Does anyone have... Duran, can you do anything about the fire? Can you pray us up some water or something?
I
What?
Don't really have anything to stop water, or didn't plan on it. It's stop fire, not water.
I have like the water, a wall of water, or a tidal wave, or I can create some water, but the creating water won't be very much, or I could try wind. I don't know. But also I have the sphere thing, so I could do like one thing at a time. Really. I mean, I could do a tidal wave, but I don't know if it hurt anybody. I mean, I guess I could have it aim at the edge of the fire, then rush forward. I don't know.
Yeah, all the time you guys are still kind of being pushed further back as the fire continues to grow and spread.
Maybe start with the sphere first, and I mean try to see where people are. Maybe rescue as much as we can, and then do some other water spell if you can. And
I have something of a plan, but it would need... It would need some of the things that you had said. Elavon, can't both send a sphere in and help push back the blaze? You're gonna have to choose which one. Or you guys will have to go in unassisted.
Ring.
Oh, 3.
Which thing? Which thing goes in the ring? Right now. I don't know if you have other stuff in there, but use it.
anything, it's whatever you guys are gonna use.
So-
Just
Whatever Isaiah's plan is.
I don't know what your plan was to get them in there.
Oh, the water sphere. And
So put that in the ring, and then...
so I do that.
Okay. And then he looks to... you can see his eyes are wide with worry, as especially Netadion. You're the one with the ring. You're the one that's going into the blaze. If you can save them, save them, but... Come back.
I will.
And you guys hugging is kind of weird because you don't look like each other, but whatever.
Oh, here. You could have a cure or conjure some water, too. Or something else, first level? So, like a weaker spell?
I don't know what maybe the water would be best. I mean it's fire. Any water would be helpful, right?
Alright. So you toss the conjure water in there as well. Duran, during this time, are you doing anything?
Maybe Era should be here.
Ah, get back here!
Yeah,
Fuck the
actually,
dragon.
I'll call her. Like, maybe I'll go because I can't really do anything. Maybe I can get an overhead look.
Just boom, shield to fire and run in like a man.
What kind of
Where's Gilded at?
Summon him.
what kind of breath fire? Fire thing, breath things you had?
Lightning?
Just like. Right.
Lightning and rainbow dragon breaths. Haste, slow, and the other one.
Hey, slow in the other one.
Right. Okay.
Fight fire with lightning. You know what this is. Like Avatar.
Yeah, it works totally.
Lightning is just better fire, apparently.
True.
And that Isaiah kind of shouts to you, Elevon, to follow him as he runs away from the blaze.
Okay.
Era, make a perception check, please, as you are just flying north, away from the others, away from the fire. I assume you're trying to spot the dragon.
Yes, I'm looking for signs. What was it? Which one?
Perception.
Okay.
With
17.
disadvantage as it's super dark and nighttime.
That's crazy.
Yeah, weird how nighttime makes it hard to see far distances.
Even with
Doesn't she have
darkness?
dark
I mean,
vision?
like dark vision.
Out to 60 feet.
Well,
Oh.
you
So if you're
like-
only looking within 60 feet, then sure,
I see,
go
I see.
ahead.
if 60 acres of fire or more were on fire, like that was
Oh,
going on,
true.
it would be super bright.
What?
True,
Yeah.
it'd be
Fire?
super bright.
Yeah,
Come
the
on, man.
fire would be
Acres.
super bright. She's flying away from it up in the sky searching for the dragon.
You're telling me
So sure,
the
if you're
land is
trying to
not
see
like
if
a
the
little
dragon is
sun?
within the vicinity of the fire, then sure. But if you're trying, what's up? Am I misunderstanding?
This land should be acting as a little sun for the area.
Oh, it's a sun. Got it.
A dome effect, if you will.
So since fire sheds, let's say it's like a torch, right? 30 feet of whatever and 30 feet more, then you just put more fire together and that makes the radius more.
Yeah.
Right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, you're picking up what I'm putting down now.
It compounds the effect.
So
Maybe if you could compress all the fire into like one torch. Anyways, what is your perception check, Eric?
Oh, 17.
Tries to lawyer me. With disadvantage?
Oh, no.
Yeah, no, that's
Roll again, take the lower number.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did not convince me that someone that is now over 300 feet away, because they're moving 300 feet around searching for this dragon, would have any benefit from the fire that's behind them.
well, I mean, an acre.
Oh my god, 12.
What did you say, Nemo?
One single acre is like a lot of feet, like 40,000 feet.
People
40,000
might be into
square.
that.
Yeah.
So that's 200 by 200.
Okay. So she can move a little bit past that, but you said there were like 50 acres
In
on
the
fire.
middle of it? You guys didn't fly to the middle of the inferno before you guys headed off.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what.
I'm
She's
trying
looking
to
for the
grasp
dragon.
that.
In
Yeah.
the immediate vicinity, you do not see the dragon. She is, like, just choosing a direction, flying off, trying to see if she could get a spot on this dragon, right? What is your argument?
I don't have one.
No, really, I'm trying to
No,
understand.
I really just don't understand what I'm trying to be looking at all because I'm like, this seems like a lot. This seems really big. This seems.
It is.
Okay.
It is really big. But it's not going to light up the entire night sky. For someone who is now, it's been more than like 30 seconds, so probably thousands of feet away. Because she's moving like the wind, literally. Anyways. No sign of the dragon, Era. As far as you can see, even kind of moving up closer to the clouds, high up. Nothing. You're wondering how much of a needle in a haystack situation you're in right now, but choice is yours. Whether to continue, change course, go back, it's up to you.
Um, would I be able to use my bracelet in this form thingy? No,
You're
right?
what?
Like the bracelet to communicate with them?
No,
Okay.
no, you can't physically. You can still receive messages. You can't speak back.
Mm.
Speaking about receiving messages, is anyone reaching out to Era? I think that Duran said that he was going to.
Yeah, I was planning on swapping places with her. So at this point, if she like would hear, call her back.
From my position, if I, because I'm in the sky, or am I on ground?
That would be up to you. I assume looking for a dragon, you'd be more in the
Up.
sky.
Right. Okay. So right. Okay. So which brings me up to my follow-up question. If I'm looking down, is there like a pathway like the fire was like I could tell where the fire was being shot from or in the direction?
It's all ablaze down there. Perhaps once this fire gets under control, you could do some more investigation on the ground. But you're looking down at a fire. It is up. It is not just one continuous blaze. There are patches where it is uh, more, I guess, dense fire, if you would say, and there are areas where there's not, where there's like gaps between where how the fire has moved and caught. But as far as being able to do detective work from this far up as you make your way back, with still the fire raging down below and the smoke rising from it, hard to tell.
Okay.
Does seem like it, whichever direction it headed from, whichever whatever, uh, the first, the epicenter does seem to be at that campsite with now the burning tents and the one small building that's there.
All right. Could you fly me down and if I'm able to cast something?
Hmm?
Would I be able to fly down and cast something to I'm thinking of
Can you
casting
cast
sleep.
You would
I
have to
have
first. I think you have to first revert to your normal form, which takes a minute.
Okay. So then I guess fly me towards
So
the
to the
side.
outside of the fire or inside of the fire.
Inside, as long as I don't get burned.
Hmm.
Inside, but you know, like, don't burn me.
That's not really up to me. You're flying into an inferno. So
Excellent.
like getting down closer, if you go
It's fire
from an
resistant. Let's go. Oh yeah, yeah.
fire
Drop it.
resistant, fire resistant wind. I mean technically.
It's no better than the origin of her people. Just like she feels homey.
Wow.
Can we just like use our dash action as wind walking and like actually start extinguishing it like Superman?
Oh,
So you're turning back into.
I'm just asking a question. Could someone do that? Would that
I try
have
that.
like it seems like it should have an effect because
Create
like
water while you're flying in some form or something, and just have it, fall down like on those helicopters or whatever. What?
That should work. I want to try it.
well because like gust of wind is like a 60-foot line. So I mean I
Mhm.
don't know how fast that's moving, but that can. It says it disperses gas or vapor and extinguishes candles, torches, similar protected flames in the area. It causes protected flames, such as those of lanterns, to dance wildly. It has a 50% chance to extinguish them.
to dance wildly?
I dance
You want
wildly.
to make the flames? I dance wildly. Will that put out the fires?
Well, if it's protected, it'll do that. But if it's an unprotected flame, then it just extinguishes it. 60 feet at a
All
time?
right. So, I'll say that as the fire continues to spread, as it grows larger, wider, and it covers more ground. Era, you've made your way back. You said you wanted to land inside of the blaze? Or no? Last, final answer.
Sure, yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Consequences.
Consequences. So, in the minute it takes you to revert to your form in the middle of this blazing inferno, you take 23 points of fire damage. Now, are you resistant to fire damage or no?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
gonna.
Okay,
follow.
so 11 points of fire damage.
Easier math. All right, thank you.
And you're back.
Excellent.
The sound of the fire is deafening around you. You're not exactly sure where exactly you are. You knew where you were coming down here, but now the fires that are at their tallest, hitting maybe around 8-9 feet. The smoke that is nearly suffocating. During this time, attempts to fight back and with whatever you guys could to put out the fire, whatever water you had seems to, slow it in time, but for the most part has no effect. And that's when this idea dawns on you all. Duran, do you want him to try it?
Yeah.
All right. Duran runs a bit away from it, takes the minute to turn into his wind form, and you begin to circle as fast as you can using your dash, or you could even use haste breath before it if you wanted to.
I didn't think of it.
No, okay. Using your dash to whip around, and you can see every time that this streak of quick, really fast wind passes by, the flames seem to flicker, dance, and kind of sort of die down a little bit, but flare back up. It's a large radius. It slows it minimally, but all in all, the fire is still spreading.
I guess I'll join him.
Okay, we're doing this. As Elevon begins to turn into her mist form.
Maybe
Isaiah.
if we space out a little. I don't know how this works.
Isaiah, I guess, follows suit. Aaron, Nedadion.
I'm actually gonna cast a sleet storm at a
Okay.
higher level because I have nothing else.
Because you have nothing else. You decided to jump into a fire with no spell slots.
Hell yeah.
Hell
The
yeah.
best idea.
I'm the smart one of the group. Until spells freezing, rain, and sleet fall on a 20-foot cylinder. Okay. Yeah, sure. So you have a 40-foot radius. So where are you centering this?
Wherever the fire is the worst. So
So
I would say
center.
around me, but I don't think I'm at the center of everything. So
So you're looking through. You can see through the dancing of the flames. You can see one of the buildings and some of the tents. You watch as one of the tents collapses, and you can hear in that direction is where a lot of the screaming and the sort of pained calls and cries is coming from. You focus on that area, which is from you perhaps about 30 feet, straight through a wall of fire. But you cast the spell. The rest of you, Elevorn, Isaiah, Nadadian. Well, what are you doing, Nadadian?
I think Alavorn and Isaiah ran away somewhere at least. I'm not sure
Yeah,
if
they
I can
ran back.
see. I mean, if I can see any of the other ones, Ella, Durand, or Isaiah. And if
You
I
were with
can,
Durand. You
I'll
saw
just...
Durand turn into the mist form and begin to whip around the perimeter of the fire to minimal effect. Looking back, you can see now as Elevorn and Isaiah, their bodies are beginning to turn it back into that mist cloud form.
Well, I mean, if I can do the same, I'll do it. If I can't
Yep.
do exactly the same, well, yeah, then...
Yeah, you got it. It takes a minute, but you definitely can. So you as
Yeah.
well begin to focus on changing back into your misty cloud form. As you guys are, you see storm clouds, sort of localized storm clouds, appear over the center area of this blaze. And this sleet and freezing rain begin to pour down from it, and you hear the loud hiss and emission of steam from the fire at the center. This area that becomes doused with this freezing rain, and the fires within that area under the clouds are extinguished. So you've kind of got a fire donut going on right now. So, Elevorn, you and Isaiah finish going into mist form. And you're following Durand, doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Dashing, moving as fast as your misty cloud form will take you, circle, whipping around and around the fire as fast as you can. The fire is flickering, wavering as you do. Nadadian, you finish your transformation as well and follow them in suit and do the same thing. I need each of you, Nadadian, Durand, Elevorn, and Isaiah, to just roll a d20 for me.
Just a raw d20.
Just a raw d20.
You don't want to let me add something to that?
No, I do not.
19.
Well, I got the 5.
Ooh.
Ooh, no.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't know.
I got a 9.
So what was yours, 19 or 18?
19.
19. Isaiah got 13. Does that add up to more than 40? 13, 19, 32. It's not 40. Yes, it's 47. So, after a while of going and you notice the others there, you notice your cloudy mist forms and are able to, using the powers of coordination and friendship, you realize that there's a problem. You're not spaced out enough. Just when one begins to sort of die down, there's enough time for the fire to grow back to full strength and continue spreading by the time someone else does. So you guys end up spreading yourselves around. Era, from the middle of the blaze here, you can see one like sort of thick cloud-like mist zip by, and then at regular intervals another and another and another until you see the on the perimeter of the fire from your spot near the center this sort of wall of sort of dust and ash from the outside that's getting kicked up and whirled up into a sort of artificial twister tornado type thing that's growing on the outside and the perimeter of the fire, kicking up dirt and dust and casting it out over the flames themselves. I need you, Era, to make a Constitution saving throw, as in conjunction with the smoke that you are trying your best not to inhale, but there's really not much fresh air in this area, combined with the sort of vacuum effect that these wisps of cloud that your friends are attempting to are making, maybe unbeknownst to them. It's very difficult to breathe here.
$18.
18. After what are you doing, Era? Are you trying to get to? Because you're still in the middle of the fire. You have an area that you created about 30 feet away that is currently being doused by rain, but you yourself are in the fire.
Would I be able to maybe move the radius or change?
You could. Can you move the radius? This is what Sleet Storm says. Can you move it?
No. Let me
No.
see.
You can cast another. You can cast it again, but that would end the first one. And I don't know if you have the spell slot or not.
Barely. Uh. Well, it's up to a minute, so I guess I would try to move towards or away from the fire while keeping concentration.
Towards or away from the fire?
Oh wait, away from the fire. I don't want to burn.
You are in the fire. There is fire all around you. The closest thing that is not fire is the area that you have doused and extinguished. So right now, you are kind of close to the center of that donut fire.
Okay. I will change the spot, I guess, to a radius around me and whatever
Okay.
fire I can catch.
Sure, so dropping the spell and recasting it pretty much directly above you, you create this sort of Venn diagram like area with the very center of the blaze and the area that's now surrounding you, and as the cold sleet rain falls around you, the fires do begin to go out. You are drenched and soaked in freezing rain, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Five.
5. So you cast the spell, instantly you're drenched, your hair falls wet over your face. You're like, okay, time to move towards these people and help them out. You take a step and you slip and fall on your back.
Of course.
I need you to make a constitution saving throw, please, as you are concentrating on a spell while within the effect of a sleet storm, so you have to make a concentration check.
Not 22 total.
22?
Total.
What is your spell save DC?
18.
18? Okay, so you beat your DC, so that means you maintain concentration. How the fuck does this work? Alright. So, getting up, stumbling, slipping your way, you head in the direction, kind of still drenched. You move towards the sound of people that are in need. The rest of you, you have slowed, if not stopped, the spread of the fire. Need all of you that are currently whipping around the fire itself to make a constitution check. As you are still dashing, you're basically sprinting, you can still get exhausted. So to keep up the pace, to keep up the speed that you are going at, make a constitution check, please. Not saving throw, check.
$14.
Also 14.
Also 14.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
How?
Different pluses. We all didn't roll the same number.
What's that roll? What did I say again? Oh,
Come on, Isaiah, not 14.
Ruining it. Ruining it, Isaiah. Isaiah got a 17.
Okay.
How dare he?
Whatever.
Dare he.
Are you gonna have a talk with him about that?
I'm gonna have a talk with him about that. So, keeping up the speed, keeping the pace, the adrenaline coursing through your cloud, you continue to create this vortex. The four of you working in sync, in unison, as the fire itself, you begin to notice beneath you as you're whipping around, no longer is it the green, lush grass, but instead charred earth as you are condensing and smothering the fire with your combined efforts. Again, Era, as you see this, as you're running up to people, you can feel the wind, like you're at the center of a tornado, basically, as closing in on you is this just cylinder of wind created by Neredian Elavondran and Isaiah. In that time, you rush up to what looks to be a member of the academy, his robes burnt, tattered, his face, arms, any exposed flesh very much the same. It seems barely conscious and barely moving, but looks like he's trying to get to a scorched, tattered spell book, maybe 3-4 feet away from him, but he's very slow moving as you come up to him. You can just hear the voice dry, raspy. You can't really make out the words as it is very broken and not very, not legible, understand, not very coherent. All the while, your hair now, you're kind of being air dried after being doused in freezing rain, as the 4 super men / women
Can I try getting his attention?
Yeah, you can. You're right
Um,
there.
Yeah, so I'll call out to them. Hey, what are you doing here? Are you okay?
Looking down at this man with obvious 3rd-degree terrible burns and blisters on his body. You alright? You okay there, buddy? He hears you and kind of, you can see uh, one eye barely open, turns, looks at you, and almost sort of look at of relief washes over him, and he loses consciousness. His hand still maybe a foot away from where his spellbook was. This time, Elevon. Sorry, what?
I was gonna say if it was possible to get to see if I can bring the spell book to him, or go closer.
Yeah, you can. He's unconscious right now, but you certainly can.
I'm not gonna just leave him there either.
Okay. At this point, you can see through the flames. They have definitely shrunk and been diminished as the last of the fire swept up into this twisted like tornado at the edge of the radius of the fire that you had extinguished. The last of the flames and smoke trail off into the sky from the circling of the other four. Elavon, Drand, Neredian, and Isaiah. You guys are, well, you feel like you've just sprinted like half a mile. Even in this cloud form, it's weird, and you have overexerted yourselves to an extent, but the blackened, charred, smoldering earth that is now spread out over the acres that had previously been ablaze is no longer. You are slowed to a stop. There are others here. It seems like this detachment was about 6 soldiers and 1 member of the academy. Not unlike it's a smaller outpost.
Can I start changing back?
Okay.
Like near where Era is? So
yeah. Isaiah does as well.
I'll follow also.
I assume Duran too? Or is Duran heading off? Okay. So after a minute, everybody is back to normal form, still illusory. One second. Okay. The dice hath spoken. Of the 6 soldiers that you had found, 1 has life yet within him. Rolled a d6, came up 1. The others burned to death. Not much left of their bodies, features not recognizable. Whatever armor they had partially welded, fused to their now near skeletal frames. But the 1 soldier, alongside the unconscious member of the academy, are the sole survivors of this southwest outpost 6. What are you guys doing?
Ah, I totally already forgot. Did Elmorn put something else on the ring also, or was it just the sphere?
I think there's the sphere and a conjure water.
Okay.
Conjure food and water thing.
No, it's create or destroy water.
Create or destroy,
Oh,
whatever.
okay. It's water
Create
still.
or
Yeah,
destroy,
yeah. Okay.
Create or destroy water. Sitting here amongst the smoldering earth, some wisps of smoke and steam still rising around you. What are you guys doing?
Where is like? Can I find the soldier that survived?
Yeah. You can see he has pretty nasty burns. But other than he still is conscious. A lot of his skin, flesh had been burned away, but he's conscious. Seems either he's pretty wrecked with pain. He's not very comfortable.
I want to heal him a little bit, so I'm gonna give him a bit of comfort. Some lay on hands, 5. And I want to ask him. See where that damned dragon went.
It's on us. It was on us so quick. Not long after we saw it, we went east. No. North. Northeast. Direction of Alpont.
Okay, that's enough. Don't strain yourself any further. We'll get you back. Then we'll go after that thing.
Had something gloating. Took pleasure in this. It doesn't like that we're watching it. Doesn't like being watched.
Isaiah, can we get this man back as quick as possible?
Yes, back where? Vasselholm? I can get him to the tower in Vasselholm.
Yes, that'd be ideal.
I can do that. I'll take the other as well. I should probably go with. At least get them to some sort of healer or infirmary in the city.
How much time has passed by? You say, like, how much longer do we have left on the? Wisp?
On the windwalk.
Windwalk? Yeah.
I'd say like 6 hours, 45 minutes.
That's all.
Say
Okay.
this whole ordeal took maybe around 15 or so minutes, if that.
Uh, I don't particularly care about setting a trap for this thing anymore. I want to find it and kill it now, or anyone else
No.
gets hurt.
I, I'm not sure about. I don't know. At least we know that Era doesn't have much ready, and I'm not sure if. Are you even prepared to fight it now?
I don't particularly care.
On its terms. I understand where you're coming from, Durant. I do, but really, think about this. This is not. This is suicide. I get it. No one wants this thing alive. We all want this thing dead, but this is not the way to do it. We have to help these people, whatever it's doing, stem its destruction as we can, but we can't fight it, not tonight.
Yeah, he's right. We just can't go right at it now. Even if
So
we
we
don't
just
try
wait
to
for
trap
another
it.
outpost to be burned like this, and then show up late again?
He's right though. I'm not equipped to do anything else. Not much more.
And
I
just
don't have the spells.
even if we would go, it's just us. We probably still would need more people. Especially if we wouldn't try to capture it somehow, or at least try to restrain it for a while so we could do something about its wings or something that it couldn't fly.
I don't disagree that you should go to Alpont. Follow it. Help anyone that it may have chosen to terrorize along the way, but if you engage it and you're not ready, which you are not, we are not, we have to do this together. At least you have to do this together, and you're all not ready. If you run in foolishly and die, there is no one that can stop it. Please try to see things clearly, Durant.
Okay, but I have to at least find it, wherever it is.
Yes. Yes. Do not throw away your lives, though. I have to get these men to Vasselholm. Shit, I need some space. He begins to clear out space to draw out a teleportation circle in the ashen soot. As he does. So you guys begin the transformation back into mist form?
Yes.
Okay. So, as you all are finishing your transformation back into mist form, with farewells and good lucks given, you all take off. Not long after you do, the flash of arcane light from the teleportation circle spell lights up the area behind you as Isaiah, kind of shouldering the two survivors, makes his way into the teleportation circle and towards Vasselholm. Elevorn, can you make a survival check, please, to guide people towards Alpont?
Um, it's a 25 total.
Okay. As you head in that direction, you pass by a burning farm, a barn lit ablaze, livestock roasted and smoldering. It looks like a family of, farmer's wife and children stood far away, watching their homes burn. And in the distance, you see other little isolated areas of orange, red flame, signaling similar events, similar areas, similar livelihoods torched in probably a matter of seconds. Not. And as you do, you kind of get a little bit of a profile on this creature. And Era, the words of your sister of these red dragons, these just rageful, vengeful beings. There was nothing it had to gain from this. This was sheer malice and terror for its own sake. It almost seems like it intentionally did not kill the farmers nor their families. Far too many homes, far too many farms to stop and tend to each individual, but they do leave a very clear trail throughout the countryside of the southern provinces on your way to Alpont. There's no doubting that this is the path the dragon is on. This is where Sidna is heading. And so you follow the fire. You follow it for an hour, 2, 2.5 hours of witnessing just the senseless, pointless cruelty of this dragon. You know Alpont is just over the horizon, just not too far away, and you still yourselves not sure what to expect, what it is you're about to witness, having seen all of the destruction left behind. And as Alpont comes into view, it's quiet. It's dim. It's oddly as it should be, with the exception of the people in this small town, not even at this point the size of Ambervale. This little stop on the road to and from Vasselholm. But it seems like every resident of the town is awake on the street in this early hour of the morning, still pretty close to the middle of the night. As you get closer, you can hear the cacophony of nervous, worried speech and clamor and panic almost, though no sign of any sort of fires or anything. You make your way into the town. We're on the edge of it, and if you wish, begin to revert to your normal forms.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually would like to stay a little bit while on the air, just
Okay.
a little bit longer to keep an eye out on something. Well, the dragon, of course.
Alright. So you're just keeping an eye out?
Yeah, maybe not going too far from the city, but just fly around a little bit.
Okay. As you guys change back into your normal form, you find that you are yourselves. No longer illusory in nature. So who's turning back and who is maintaining their mist form?
Uh, I'll maintain Miss.
Okay. So Duranda is changing back. Elevorn?
Yeah, I'll change back.
Okay. Durand, Elevorn, you head into town?
Yeah.
You head into town, and as you do, there's sort of panic. People are shouting out, like asking, like, "What are we gonna do? What? How can we?" And one person gets up and shouts over the other voices, "Enough! Quiet down! Quiet!" And you recognize the man as Captain Neil of the Honored Mark. Same man who you had first encountered here in Alpont, back when a different flavor of emergency had befallen the town, the raid of the lizard folk that you had assisted in driving back. I urge you all not to panic. We all knew of this creature. We knew it would be coming here eventually. That's what we have planned for. No, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say that that dragon is not terrifying, but it came here. It gave clear demands of what it wants. All we have to do is get it. The council has put aside funds for this exact purpose. No one is in any danger. Okay, please go back to your homes. Go back to bed. The Honored Mark, we will take care of this. That's what we're here for. Someone shouts out. And we're supposed to just take that thing at its word, huh? What's to stop it from burning all of us once it has what it wants? And people begin to shout out in agreement by fear. As Neil is trying to get a hold on the situation again.
That would fall on us.
As you walk through the crowd, you say this, Durand?
Yeah.
Definitely some recognition, especially small town of Alpont. Even without the whole Korvath thing, you're sort of recognized around here just for what you had done last year. By some. The crowd kind of parts for you and Elephorn as you walk up to Captain Neil, who we're just about to send word to your mage friend, Era, I believe. Just trying to maintain the peace around here.
Got word a little bit earlier, but still too late.
Earlier? From where?
Where? North? Where we just were?
Right, so you just say where you came from.
Yeah.
Hit other places. I see him clenching his fist. I did not know about that. You can see him struggling to maintain face as there is a crowd and he's trying not to cause a panic.
It contacted you. It made demands.
It did. Yes.
Okay. You can work with that then.
More treasure. Wasn't specific though. Said they wanted treasure and livestock. And if it deemed that we did not offer it enough of either, well, then it would raise all bond. Feel like a bitch dragon left it ambiguous intentionally.
Its demands ultimately don't matter. It'll just be a front.
Speak as if you have a plan already.
We've been trying to figure out what to do, but might just be just the thing that we needed. Do you know when planning on returning?
This time, exactly 1 week. Then headed off that direction. Points westward. Sort of. You guys were coming to Alpha from this direction, and he said it went by that way. So kind of sort of back the way you came, but not on the exact path that you had come up.
Okay. So we can just we'll call everyone that we have sent out to keep an eye on it and work off of this, so no one else gets hurt.
Is there like an alleyway or something nearby that I could duck into?
Sure.
Alright, I would like to do that.
Okay. What are you doing?
Turning into a unicorn?
Okay.
So, and then coming back out.
So, a lot of people are still shouting out their concerns towards Captain Neil and now Durand. Some people noticed the unicorn emerge from the alleyway and stopped to sort of gawk and get out, but the tension at this point is split.
Can I cast Calm Emotions in the area where most people are shouting? It's like a 20
You
foot
can.
radius.
Calm emotions.
Says each humanoid in a 20 foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose within range, and the range is 60 feet. I have to make a
What is your
charisma
spell save
saving throw.
DC?
Mine is 16.
16?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So again, as they're shutting out, Neil turns. Sorry, give me 1 second, Durand. As I said, this is being taken care of now, not just by the honored Mark, but by Durand and the others of Eden. They have a plan. They will rid this place. They will rid the Empire of that fiend. No one else will lose their lives. No one else will need to live in fear. And Duran, you can see almost magically, it seems Neil's words have washed over these people and spoken sense into them. You can see their demeanors change, their shoulders slack and tension lifts from them. And with one last request for them to just return to their homes for the night, much of the crowd disperses. Around 18 to hit.
Biscuits. Doesn't hit me.
Clinks off of your shield. You look down. It seems like a solid size of rock had been thrown. Looking out into the direction of where it must have came from, you see it looks to be a young teenage boy. And before sort of walking back away with the crowd, he shouts out, "Why don't you go back to wherever those other murderous bastards went?"
Murderous bastards.
Kid's gone. Or at least disappeared back into the crowd.
Oh. I see.
Nedadion. The while flying around. No sign of the dragon. Things seem to have calmed down on the streets below as well.
I guess I'll start going down, and if I reach down, then I'll, undo that thing.
Alright. So, as you guys all reconvene, Elevorn, still in Unicorn, just walking through the streets with Neil, Durand, and the others.
So, what happened over here?
Durand?
Around.
Oh, it was me.
Look at, I guess, Elevorn also, because Elevorn is a unicorn, and it's like looking at Ella and then Durand, and like, what is going on? Because Durand is like just.
Did I notice Elevorn in all of this? That she's a unicorn.
Do you know? Well, it's a unicorn.
True.
It's
I
Elevorn.
suppose.
It's a unicorn with, reddish mane.
Okay.
She's walking alongside you. Now, you guys are all back together.
The people were obviously understandably upset. They've calmed down. But more importantly, it seems like we might finally have a good opportunity to get this dragon.
How did you come up with some sort of plan then, or what do you mean?
They must have somehow come in contact with the dragon, and the dragon made its demands to them.
Not really. Somehow, Neil says, came right to us.
Oh.
He points up to top of a tavern, which you can see parts of the roof have caved in, and you can see long gouges of claw marks where you can just sort of picture by the size and scale of it. The dragon had come in and landed. And right there, its bellowing woke the town. Everyone heard it speak. Everyone heard its demands. Everyone heard its threats. I'll be damned if everyone didn't feel the fear.
From what I've heard, I assume it's gold that it needs or wants, and well.
Yes. Treasure and livestock. That's all it said. Didn't quantify how much of either, but warned that if it did not offer enough, we would burn.
And how soon is this?
A week.
A week. That's not too long, but gives us some time. Hopefully, at least it doesn't decide to, make its demands be earlier or something.
Yes, I suppose we can be thankful that the fire-breathing monster is reasonable. you all spending the evening? Spending the night, rather, I suppose?
Yes. At least I will.
I suppose it
Don't
doesn't
suppose
hurt.
anyone else is in the mood for a drink. I'm not sure if I'll be sleeping anytime soon.
I can join you.
Nedadian, Era, Elevorn?
Yeah, after all what we've been through, I mean, a drink, maybe a good wash. The smoke smell isn't really. It's getting to my head.
And you guys walk into the tavern, sit around a table together, as throughout the night Neil is fielding reports and requests for orders from other members of the Honored Mark as he doles them out as they head into the tavern around where you guys are at. You guys all get or whoever wishes to partake. It's a large, frothing mug of ale as you sit in mostly silence. As the rest of the tavern is empty, with the exception of you all. Looking up through a damaged portion of the roof that had caved in and collapsed under the weight of the dragon up towards the night sky, the stars, and the moon. One week. That's where we'll pick up next time.
Whew.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't already completely clueless on what to do with the dragon, and now it's like just weak in game time. And it's like, okay, no pressure. Let's just go back to the desert and try to see if we can find the copper dragon and, ask it what we could do.
That is legitimately an idea. But I don't think it's necessary.
Alright, to trap this dragon, we have to hunt down another dragon.
Oh, what if we get him to help us?
If we don't have to hunt it down, we just,
Well,
it's
hunt it
kind of
down
like,
and find it.
yeah, in that sense, yeah. But then again, we met it. Maybe if we try to send it a message.
Yeah, we send it. All we get
Hey.
back as a reply is their dad puns. He's not even listening to us.
We'll just ask it to come and fight the other dragon, and it's gonna make so many puns that the right one is gonna die.
True.
Instead, I don't know, I think I'm just completely lost.
Rick Vasil, the copper joke dragon.
The joke dragon.
Pun dragon?
That's its name.
Like
Pun
pen
dragon.
dragon, but
Pun
pun
dragon.
dragon.
Yeah, pun dragon.
Exhaling. What? Technically, dragons breathe oxygen just like you all. It's a fire exhaling dragon.
True. Oh my god. Why do they say that?
Good night.
Good night.
Are we?
Good
Is
night.
next week the not good?
Oh, I think the next 2
What?
weeks were not good.
No, I think
Well,
that the 15th
The week
is
after, I think, was
okay,
possible.
I think the 15th is possible.
Yeah, 15th,
Right.
15th is fine.
Yeah.
The 8th is not.
Yeah.
And so for the 22nd and 29th, are you guys like, is that like a week thing or is that like a work thing, Mags?
Oh,
What the heck is
Are you
that?
That's
guys
a
gonna be
Miami
something
thing.
What's that comparison?
What?
A week or a work thing?
Well, I'm just saying, like, is it somewhere where you guys are going to be gone for like the whole week, or is
Yeah.
it like
Yeah.
something
No,
like
yeah,
is
we're
that
like- we're, like, gone
22nd
from,
when we
like-
play on that Saturday, or no?
Mm-mm.
No, we're gone for the whole week.
we're gone.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Is it was like a work schedule thing, or was it like you're going to be gone for a week thing?
Ah, okay. Going to Miami.
Yeah, you said that. Just play from Miami. No, it's
Just
Yeah,
play
just
for
play
Miami.
from there, you know.
Alright, so we got the 15th at least,
Yeah, it's fine for me.
and then can we try to go for? I mean, I know it's looking way far out, but the Saturday after the 29th, instead of the 29th, or are you guys still going to be in Miami?
No, I think that was fine.
Yeah. The only time I can't do Saturdays is if they put me to work, because I opened up my Wednesdays, but I closed up my Wednesday, but I opened up my Saturdays.
Okay.
So-
The other way.
Whatever, you know what? Well, okay, you guys don't know what I mean, but
All right, we'll figure out when we get closer, but we have the 15th, so
yeah. And then
And
do we want to try for the 11th? Or like no time?
no, I think that Sally's gonna be gone
I'm
for a week, so
gone.
she,
Yeah,
You're
I'm
gone.
Sally's
gone.
gone.
Girl.
Yeah,
Sally's
I'm-
gone from the 8th
Go
to the
for it.
15th, or to the 14th, or
I'm
7th to
gone.
the 14th. That one.
Yes,
All right,
I mean, I
cool.
could try 7th would be fine for me. I don't have anything then, and you know,
Tuesday. If we could do Tuesday, like
yeah,
that.
Tuesday would be fine. But I can't do Wednesday because I leave so early on the Thursday morning.
Gotcha.
Tuesday.
All right.
Which Tuesday?
This
7th?
upcoming.
Yeah.
So
next.
the 7th.
Okay.
If you can, just let us know.
Yeah.
If you can't, it's fine.
And I'm not 100% sure about 24th and 25th because it might be out.
Well, that's gonna
Yeah.
be. They're gonna be gone in Miami for that.
Yeah,
So
oh
that's-
yeah, I just keep forgetting.
It's all
I just
good.
keep hearing 20th something and then yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Good night. And
Good
happy
night.
birthday, Sally, even though it's not anymore.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure if it is it over there still. You know.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
It just ended over here.
Okay. Well, still, thank you.
Yeah.
And good night.
Good night.
Good night.